Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the KAUST Future Talent Conference. My name is Sabine Sassine, and I'll be your MC and moderator during this afternoon session. And I'm so pleased to be here. It's amazing to see all of you here, students, participants, exhibitors from the fair happening next door, all of you from more than 70 companies, from HR talent managers, and I can't wait for all of you to listen to our amazing panelists today. They're coming from various industries, from private and public sector, and from great companies as well, such as PwC, Bain, STV, McKinsey, KPMG, NEOM, and KKR. Inspiring leaders will be discussing and debating two main topics, interesting for all of you here, I promise. The first is upskilling talents for the future, and the second, building the right foundation for them. They'll be sharing their best practices, knowledge, and latest insights from their industries. And you guys will be able to engage with them and ask them the questions that you have. There's an application that most of you might have. It's called Guidebook. For those who don't have it, I invite you to download it so that you can participate with us, engage with us, and share any question you have in mind. Before we dive into today's agenda, I'd like to invite to the stage a founding member at KAUST, involved in growing and developing the university's presence across Saudi Arabia. Her focus has been centered around talent development and capacity building across industries across the kingdom. She's played an instrumental role in shaping and strengthening KAUST engagement with academic, industry, and government partners. I'd like to introduce Dr. Najah Ashri, the Vice President of Strategic National Advancement and Associate to the President of KAUST, would like to welcome you and share some of her thoughts with you. Dr. Najah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Masa al-khair jami'an. Thank you, Sabine, for the introduction. I didn't expect it, but it's a cool introduction. I may use it in other events. I see many familiar faces. I'm very proud to be here to talk to you guys because this is really an important event. This is an event where we're setting basically on a path for a different future for talent, a different future for our own country, and a different future for the world. I don't say these things lightly. I say these things while every one of us, in every sort walks of life, has felt tremendous changes in our own lives, as I said, not only after COVID, but also during the transition and what's happening in the kingdom and abroad. So welcome again. Thank you all for taking the time to come here and to join us. I decided to quickly share with you some of our an overview about KAUST, basically. I wonder if and how we are participating in the bigger picture of future talent development for the globe. Again, it's no longer Saudi Arabia, it's no longer KAUST, it's no longer a small part of the world. We are acting on a global stage no matter what we do. No matter what we do, whatever happens now on a global stage. And we are very blessed at KAUST to play a role in such development. So basically, as I said, I wanted to quickly share with you, since most of you have not had the opportunity to visit KAUST before or to hear about KAUST officially, we decided to go with this presentation after talking to people, and the first thing that they ask is, so tell us a bit about KAUST. KAUST is a very small university, as you may know. People look at the size, the geographical distance that KAUST covers, and they think of it as a big university. It is really not. It's a very small university, but with such tremendous impact due to one thing, to the vision behind it, to the mission behind it, and due to the targeted and focused effort to remain on this really important vision for the university to become a destination for scientific and technological education and research, to inspire discoveries that addresses global challenges, to also become a beacon of knowledge that bridges people, cultures for the betterment of humanity. What a huge task. However, guess what? Many universities have a similar kind of vision. What is unique about us is that we had a whole country behind us. From day one, we had a country unheard of, putting tremendous resources aside and saying, we want to do this. We want to really become a bridge between peoples and culture by benefiting humanity. We want to really put solutions to grand challenges that not only are facing us in Saudi Arabia, but again, we're living in a small village that's facing the globe at large. And we want a better future for us, a better future for our sons and daughters, and a better future for our grandchildren, and a better future for humanity. We talk about a dual mission. Our dual mission is basically to advance science and technology through education and research, collaborative research and graduate education, two important objectives. It's collaborative research and it's graduate education. And that's what also is unique about us. But also we are or have been asked to be a catalyst for transformation. That's a big request from a university, to act as a catalyst for economic transformation in the kingdom through innovation and enterprise. And that has been something that we were very proud to be first in, perhaps to be asked to do it, but also to continue to work collaboratively and to create synergies and to create networks and to create bridges and to create gates between us and different entities in the kingdom and globally. Our journey is quite short. It's not very long, but it's a cool journey. We started in 2006, maybe people didn't know that, by having a virtual university. The groundbreaking of the university was in 2006. However, the university opened its doors in August 2009. We called it the 1,000-day journey of building the university. We focused originally on establishing a culture of excellence. Definitely the university, when it started, and many of you are contemporary, did not have a system and ecosystem that was supportive of deep research, supportive of that level of educational research that we want to bring into the kingdom. So a lot of the early days were around easing regulations and processes around procuring chemicals into our own labs to get the labs running, to get the scientists. So we got the scientists, we got the students, we needed to get the labs also to be running. And that required at least working with the authorities, different levels of authority, to at least ease the supply chain and get the needed material to KAUST. We spent another 5 years on fostering the ecosystem for economic development, which means things like looking at different types of funds, and talking about transitional research, talking about, okay, so you have done great research, you're the #1 cited university per faculty in terms of the work you do. However, how do you take that to the market? Where is the impact? How do you define impact for a research university? So that also took us a bit of time to define that, and definitely not in an island, but with the support of so many players in the kingdom and so many organizations, and also the support of the leadership of the country, which has always been our greatest asset. New frontiers and beyond, that really is where we are right now. We're talking about new initiatives, we're talking about new programs, we're talking about a new phase for the kingdom definitely, but also a new phase for KAUST, where KAUST is not only serving national priorities, but really a thought leader for what is needed in terms of the areas that we focus on for humanity at large, for the globe. I like to have this slide every once in a while to show how young we are. And I think that people tend to forget that KAUST is really, really quite young. When you compare it to our peers, our universities that we work on a daily basis, who know us quite well, we really are super young. Look at, for example, at the bottom, Oxford. That's something that we cannot compete with. We don't have time behind us. We don't have a legacy, but we're creating impact far, far beyond our weight. This is people always talk about ranking. People often speak about metrics, numerical metrics. And these are important. However, not all the metrics available apply to us, for a simple reason, is that we do not have an undergraduate school. And we're not a comprehensive university. So we do not cover all kind of science. We cover very specific STEM sciences, and also we are only we're only for graduate education, which means master's and PhD. That's a very different story. You cannot compete when you're into that type of space. However, these are very important metrics, and we're very proud of those. Every part here can tell a story about what KAUST is doing. So remember, it's a super young university. It's a very small, young university, so everything here is important to us. I can pick the Nature Index, and I tell you that's about quality research. That tells a specific story about research in a specific fields, nature, natural fields, and that tells a story about where do you publish. Where do you publish? And it's normally that's related to quality. So each one of those tells a different story that is important to us and important to our journey. I'm going quite a bit fast, so apologies, because I know that we have people who have flights and they need to leave. So we decided to cover this before the next stage of the conference. Our academic structure is quite interesting. We have only 3 divisions. That's very much it. That's it. That's KAUST. Only 3 divisions, and those are the degree programs where we actually offer degrees. It's merit-based. It's only by merit, by quality of the application. That's what we look at. English language is what we do, and definitely it's the medium of education I meant, and definitely the degrees, as I said earlier, are basically master's and PhD. We focus on environmental science and engineering, biological sciences. We focus on chemical and physical sciences and engineering, and of course the empowering sciences, computer science and electrical engineering and math. Some numbers to show you where we are now in numbers. So we have 1,400 students, about 200 faculty. The engine of research is basically a hierarchy. Maybe not everyone knows this, but research normally is done somehow in a hierarchy where there is a professor, a PI on the top, and there are some research scientists, some postdocs, some PhD students, and some master students to fulfill their mission. Of course, this is not the only model. There are other models, but this is more or less the model we have here at KAUST. So the numbers of postdocs, research scientists, and faculty, these are basically people with PhDs in science who are helping to deliver our educational as well as, or to meet our educational as well as our research mission. We have major initiatives that we work on. These are very much, this slide tells a story of how we are thought leaders. Not only we are trying to meet the priorities of the nation, not only are we trying to address what is needed, but we're also setting the stage for what is the future going to be like. Very specific initiatives. If you look at them, each one of those is very close to heart to us in the kingdom, but also globally. From the circular carbon to the artificial intelligence, climate and livability, talk about future cities, cities for the future, definitely the high-performance resilient computing, cybersecurity, and no doubt the smart health has become one of the most important aspects, especially after COVID. I have to pause here and say, though, that really when we had Tony Chan, our current president, when he started at KAUST, he started a year or a bit more before COVID. And he came with a very, I would say, defined ideas about what he wants in terms of strategic directions. And 2 things that he wanted to add to our strategic directional mix were basically artificial intelligence and digital transformation, plus the smart health and the health aspect of what we do. He introduced health, and he introduced the artificial intelligence and digital domain. So we now have 5 domains. We have food, water, energy, environment, and digital domain. And we have a number of initiatives, including those that I have just described, and the smart health being one of them. Definitely, the world is now looking at what is the energy mix for the transition to a future that is sustainable, that is clean, that is green. And that transition to this new energy mix is something that we think we are not only helping but pioneering in talking in the kingdom. A small example would be in the G20, where we were actively working with the Ministry of Energy, with the G20 group, to basically define the kingdom's position when it comes to G20, when it comes to its position regarding fossil fuel, and the big elephant in the room, which is this country produces oil. So how dare you speak of sustainability, and how dare you speak of a green future? And I think the message was very clear in the statement that the country produced, our country produced, and that has been signed by all 20 nations. All 20 nations, and that basically looks at carbon as a friend rather than an enemy, and look at a future where we can transition safely into a different mixture in terms of energy sources. We're also engaging with many of the kingdom's big entities. This is a complicated slide. I just there to show you our different initiatives, our different laboratories, our different research centers, and how they're engaging with really the biggest in terms of on this side. You have the main research pillars, our strategic direction, and how do we engage with the big players. The big players, like really the professional league in the kingdom, who sets the agenda of what's happening in the kingdom. So it shows that we're really at the heart of what happens in the kingdom. I like often to say that KAUST is like the Intel Inside. It's basically behind a lot of what you see. However, we are just Intel Inside. We're just inside. We're not in the forefront. المحرك الأحلام كما سمانا سمو الأمير. Advancing science, innovation, solutions. This is real. We have two big projects, just example, the Red Sea plus NEOM. Very simple request, very simple initiatives. The complexity of them, those simple Future City and the Red Sea program or project, the complexity of those gives our faculty such rich landscape to conduct really cutting-edge research in developing future solutions for our planet. Again, I do not use these terms lightly, because what we're looking at is sustainability for humanity. So we have very great laboratories for us to actually work with these organizations to deliver on a vision that has basically been seen as almost a dream, as if it's coming from from La La Land. But we know that we can do it. We know that we have dreamt before, and we have it happened here. It's a reality. Look at KAUST. When KAUST was a vision, everyone thought it will never happen, and it is here now. And we think of those two as such complex, in their simplicity, complex initiatives or complex projects, where we, as KAUST, can not only help support, but we can also help advance science and engineering and technology forward by working with these giga projects. We shape the sustainability agenda, for sure. This is just an example of what we do on the Red Sea. Red Sea is one of our resources in the kingdom. If you have oil, if we have minerals, we have the Red Sea. And it's one of our major resources. If it's tourism or if it's oil as well. It is a major resource. We work closely with the right entities for different aspects of understanding the Red Sea. The carbon sequestration is one of the blue carbon, is something that has been initiated by one of our own professors. We also have the CORDAP, which is basically being the central node for the G20 countries for coral preservation. Very much something that we're very proud of. We support the health sector transformation, for sure. So we have Professor Samir Hamdan appears here. He has the only Saudi Food and Drug Administration approved COVID test that is actually commercialized in the kingdom and other places. And this is something that we worked on very early in the pandemic, and it was available up and running at a time where it was really very much needed. We definitely help in shaping this transformational agenda for the sector, healthcare sector, by also our educational offering. So we're the only university in the kingdom that offers what we call our MD, PhD program or degree, which is basically people who have finished their medical school wanting to go into research to advance the medical science. And this is a program that we just initiated. We have about 20 students in it. This is part of our thought leadership. Jürgen Schmidhuber has been named one of the fathers of artificial intelligence. He's one of our faculty. We're working on developing our programs with him for the country. For example, one of the recent offerings was a macro-credential program offered by Sadaya in artificial intelligence. It was offered in Riyadh, but definitely it's raising the capacity, developing people in this area. National impact with global reach from our participation in COP, which is basically the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations to Climate Change. So this talks about climate change, and we've been part of that since 2011 in helping, supporting, representing Saudi Arabia through science, through engineering, through technology. Again, we will be, maybe one important aspect of this slide is that we will be the first. So there is something called the World Academic Summit, the World Academic Summit, and it has never been hosted in the Middle East region before, in the MENA region, and in 2025 it will be hosted here at KAUST, and it will be the first time, as I said, and we're very proud to be in partnership with Times Higher Education, but also to receive the top academic leaders of the world. Definitely our collaborations go across. As you can see, the spread, there are some bubbles here that are very much expected, but also some of the areas are basically beyond what is normally expected, and that's because of sometimes of our unique type of research or unique type of work that we do. We also are creating the deep tech startup ecosystem. I cannot finish this before talking about our economic development aspect, our innovation aspect, which started, I told you, the ecosystem was a bit immature when we started, continues to need a lot of support for this ecosystem to develop, to be as healthy as needed for an innovation ecosystem. So we started with our own seed funds, and now we have the deep tech growth for innovation. There are some numbers of all of these are very different type of funding mechanisms that we offer for startup companies. At the bottom are some examples of companies that started through KAUST, which are part of different sectors. Most of them have gone through at least 2 to 3 of the top funding mechanisms. Human capabilities is the topic of today's conference, and it's of super importance to us. We have programs left and right to support the lady here that appears here, Dr. Dana Sulaiman. Dr. Dana Sulaiman is one of our newest Saudi faculty members. So we have a specific program to groom our future faculty from our local talent, and the program is called Ibn Rushd, but we have a number of other programs, as you can see here, that are just basically focused on human development. We're very proud that 30% plus of our international graduates continue to work in the kingdom in growth, in sectors of growth, like we have seen today in the career fair. They continue to serve with the likes of Aramco and Aramco, NEOM, Ericsson, you name it. But we do have a significant contribution of international talent to the market. Imagine that we work very hard to recruit top students. Then we spend a number of years, from 2 to 5 years, in nurturing them and in connecting them with the kingdom in terms of the degrees they offer. Of course, we do research, we develop papers out of that, and we advance research, but then they continue to remain in the kingdom to serve in the job market. We have a series of programs that actually looks after our Saudi youth, specifically from the Olympiad training program to our own scholarship, where we offer students scholarship to go to the US and top universities. So this is the picture in the back, is basically when we met all of our students in the scholarship program. I think this picture was in Arizona, but it's a big program. It has about 500 students, and we consider it our undergraduate, to be honest. Then we, of course, have leadership programs. We have in-kingdom career launch programs, and it's all focused on the youth of the kingdom and in developing the next generation of scientists, engineers, but also thought leaders and decision makers. This is where we are in the media. You have so many activities that actually make it, and we know that we are there. We know that we are delivering on national priorities, but also, as I said, on the world stage. This is basically it. This is who we are. This is what we want to accomplish. I'm very grateful to have this time to spend with you guys, because I do think that the future is really in the hand of that future, in the hand of the talent. If we do not develop our own programs for the talent, we will not be able to harness the power that our youth and our generation has. I want to close by saying that today we will be announcing the launch of our Consortium for Future Talent. This is a consortium that will look at trends, will look at solutions, will look at opportunities, and will look at challenges for the future in terms of talent development, talent recruitment, talent retention, and talent circulation. I thank you very much for your patience, and I wish you a very successful day, as everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ashi, for this amazing introduction. It's quite impressive what you've achieved in the past few years only, and the future looks so bright. And now it's time to hear from our exceptional keynote speaker. He's the CEO of Takamul, a company that offers sustainable business solutions and innovative solutions to tackle client challenges in the public and in the private sector as well. He was the CEO of Taqniya, worked as the Vice Secretary General for Sustainable Development and Authority Affairs at the Saudi Economic Cities Authority. He also served as the CTO of the Saudi Arabian General Investment Authority, worked as a faculty member at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, a consulting faculty member at Stanford and Santa Clara Universities, and he has more than 40 publications and 4 patents that he co-authored with 25 different people from different parts of the world. We're honored to welcome Dr. Ahmed Al-Yamani.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody in the room. I did not know that we were going to have this many young people in the audience, and my speech is prepared for 30 plus. So if you are below 30, close your ears, please. Or you know what will give you a pass today. So this loyalty is the primary and the prominent characteristic of the relationship between employers and the talent of the future. And I'm not trying to be provocative, it's a reality. Let's look at the history and think about it, if it's true or not, and we'll try to extrapolate from the history what's going to happen in the future. Baby boomers who were born right after World War II, between the 40s and the 60s, had a Catholic marriage relationship between them and their employers. They would work with one employer. They graduate, finish school, start a job, and stay in that job from graduation until retirement. Then came Generation X, born between the 60s and the 70s. And these people were a little bit less loyal. So they would spend their career time with 2, 3, maybe 4 employers. And then came Generation Y. And again, the time between the employee and the employer got shorter with time. And Generation Z, the millennials, and Generation Alpha, and I don't know where this is headed. I'm seeing cases today of employees who are working for the same employer for about a year, 2 years, sometimes a few months. I even see employees working for a few hours with one employer and then switching. These are primarily freelancers, as you've probably realized that. Freelance.com, Upwork.com, Uber, Careem, Hunger Station, etc. All of these employers, you see the well, let's call him an employee for the time being. You see the employee working with one of them for 15 minutes, and then the other one for 15 minutes, and then the third one for 15 minutes, and so on and so forth. And this does not seem to be getting any better with time. The reason this has happened is 3 things. The preference of the young generation. I argue that the younger generations are less attached to the employer than the older generations. So it's a primary psychological change in the way the young think today. Two is the technology enablement. Technology has recently enabled people to work with multiple employers at the same time. And I'm not only talking about ride-hailing apps, I'm talking about people who do sophisticated work, but as freelancers, the technology of freelance.com and upwork.com and others. Three is the government regulations that have followed or followed the path of the interest and the technology enablement and made regulations available for this relationship to be more of multi-parties relationship between employers and employees. This is one very obvious characteristic of a change over time. The second characteristic of the talent of the future is the Great Resignation. And post-COVID-19, people have observed that there has been a lot of resignations in the markets. And I'm talking about the entire world. This is not just the Middle East. This is the entire world from east to west. And the argument has been that the change of mode of work, where you're working from, what times are you working, and basically switching to being primarily or mostly virtual, has created preferences within different groups of employees. Some people prefer to work online, some people prefer to work in person, and that has created, and this preference, whether it's with the employees or the employers, has created different matches than the past matchings between the employers and the employees. So we've seen people leaving jobs, joining other jobs based on what they discovered about their preferences during the pandemic. And I argue this is all wrong. The reality is resignation is contagious. When an employee resigns, the resignation interest is transmitted to the next employee. So it's contagious between employees, it's contagious between departments, it's contagious between companies, it's contagious between geographies, it's even contagious between age groups. And recent research shows that slightly older employees have started to be more interested in resigning and switching jobs because they see value. They see what the younger generations have gotten by being willing to take some risk and try a new employer. That second characteristic of the Great Resignation, together with the disloyalty, is taking us somewhere. The third and most important characteristic of the future of talent is skills, specific skills, skills that are specifically driving a clearly measurable value for the employer. Gone are the days when an employee could find his or her way through the job and through the promotion ladder by being likable, or by being social, or by cracking good jokes, or by being able to walk between the offices and the corridors and be close to everybody else. We're most of the time between our screens, and this means simply that you have to prove that you're producing value, and that value has to be specific, and it has to be measurable. Otherwise, the employer will be less attached and less interested in your contribution. Interestingly enough, these are not the skills I'm talking about are not the skills that you would develop over 4 years at school, or over 6 years, or over 9 years, or 10 years going through undergraduate and graduate education. These are specific skills that you choose for yourself, and you choose to master, and then you choose to do again and again and again and again. And you sometimes choose to do for one and a second and a third and a fourth and 100th employer. This type of skills is what's defining the value for the future of talent from the eyes of the employers. And these are skills that are acquired often in a few months, sometimes even in a few weeks. So within a few months or a few weeks, you can give yourself value by learning a specific skill and then doing it again and again and again and again. let's put the pieces together. Disloyalty, great resignation, the interest in specific, measurable, directly impacting the production or the productivity skills. These three together, to me, are forming what I see as the new revolution of the modern slaves against modern slavery, primarily fueled by social media. And that's a complete new way of thinking of this contract between the employer and the employees. If what I have just said is true, and I leave it to your observations to realize that, I have two advices for employers and one advice for the employees. The advices for the employers are, one, fix your procurement and your HR processes so that you can take advantage of freelancers. Basically, have the right processes for selecting freelancers, have the right access to freelancers, have the right processes for selecting these freelancers, have the right system for project managing the delivery of the freelancers, have the right system for pricing what they do, have the right system for scoping what you are asking them to do, and have the right system for paying them on time if you are an employer. The second thing you should do as an employer is basically have very quick onboarding schemes and systems. Gone are the days when the employee can spend a few months learning what their organization does. Your new employee has to learn and be a productive member of the team within a few days. 3 to 5 is a good number. If it takes you longer today, fix that system so that you convert the new, often fresh graduates, because you can only rely on that these days, into productive members of the workforce in a very short period of time. These are the two advices for the employers. The advice for the employees or the job seekers, one, have a specific skill. Learn it well. Master that skill. Two, let everybody in the world know that you have mastered this skill. Three, go back to one and pick another skill and do the same thing. And thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Yamani. Thank you for this inspiring speech. I guess it's time to start with the first panel for today. And it's directly related to that last part. Dr. Yamani was just mentioning skills and upskilling. And that's why today we have a list of panelists that will be talking in details about upskilling from different sectors. Let me start by welcoming Samar Sayegh, partner and KSA Academy leader at PwC. Samar, please join us. Ahmad Bushnak, partner and head of Bain and KSA. Welcome, Ahmad. And finally, Abdurrahman Tarabzouni, founder and CEO of STV, the largest technology investment firm in the Middle East. Hello, Abdurrahman. Please have a seat. I just want to remind you that you can ask your questions after those 45 minutes. You can start by sending your questions anytime to the app, and I'll make sure to read them to our speakers. So the first topic is upskilling. Originally, I wanted to start with you, Samar, because it's definitely it's your field because of the academy that you had. But I know Mr. Tarabzouni needs to leave a little bit early, so I'll start with you. And we'll chat more about the VC, from a VC point of view, everything related to upskilling. So when we talk about upskilling, big companies would have a different strategy from smaller ones and from, let's say, startups. When does a startup start thinking of upskilling?
Thank you. It's a great question, and it's a pleasure to be with my fellow panelists. I guess, so to answer your question, the simplest way to think about this is it's a constant journey. It's never a point in time or a milestone. The startup experiment in of itself is a constant journey of growth, self-discovery for the founding team, for the people who work in the startup, for the partners you engage with and experiment and iterate with. So it's always happening. I guess maybe if I take a step back, the key message, I'm looking at the audience and I see a number of young, members of this amazing platform called KAUST, which was established to be a beacon of R&D, science, and technology. And all of you are essentially enablers and ambassadors of that kind of vision to make this place not only a launch pad from Saudi Arabia to execute on these ambitions, but also for the whole world through Saudi to become a platform for building, growing, and innovating. And if I can leave you with any imperative, given the theme we're talking about today in upskilling and the need to think of this constantly, is there has never been a better time to invest in yourself and leverage the incredible tailwinds that are happening in this country to make things happen and make things happen at a global scale. What we're seeing as investors, as venture investors, and we're in the business of backing and identifying moonshots and crazy ideas that can change people's lives, is that Saudi Arabia is essentially the next alpha on a worldwide basis for creation of value through science and technology. And this is not theory. This is a lot of data that we've been crunching that says Saudi Arabia on a global basis is going to be the most exciting place and vintage, if you will, a birthplace of vintages of startups that are going to now start growing and scaling across Middle East and North Africa, hopefully started by each and every one of you, either as a founder, a member, or contributor. So that's essentially what I want you to keep in mind as you move forward in your career and trajectory. It is the time to build. It is the time to use your knowledge and expertise to make big things happen and take big swings and go for the moonshots, because there will never be a time, hopefully we'll get better, but the ingredients and the stars aligning in such a way that the next 7 years, powered by Vision 2030 and all the incredible top-down work that is going on in government and other parts of the private sector, this is the time to launch yourself out of KAUST, out of Saudi to the world and build something exciting. Pursue startups, don't think small, leverage yourself, leverage this platform, the people around you, and keep on learning.
Then you gave them all these beautiful advice about the future and how to work on themselves. But from where to start? Let's say these students today are learning some hard skills here and developing some soft skills as well. But from where would they start? From university? And for those who are not in university, for those who are somewhere in a job, let's say, and they want to start somewhere, what advice would you give them?
So the hardest part is starting, especially when you go and build a venture or take a bet on yourself. I would say the first thing, get into the mindset of just taking that first step of doing something you really want to do that can be anchored on your own knowledge, insights, a problem that you're very passionate about solving. And just take that first step by building a prototype, talking to people about that problem. And it's amazing how much you can gain and learn out of just throwing your idea out to the ether and seeing it morph and become better the more you talk about it. The second thing is, the best, life is about people. And the more you can surround yourself by people who think like you and want to do big things and are ready to take on that trajectory alongside you, do that. Life is too short, and we usually, Eric Schmidt, I was at Google, used to always say in meetings when we talk about teams and formation of teams, it's not the destination, it's not the journey, it's who's alongside you. So definitely keep that in mind. You're the average of the 6, 7, 8, whatever number of people you have around you and surround you and spend most time with you. So believe in yourself, take a first step and don't overthink it. Build something, even if scrappy. Things will grow and become better with time. Do not underestimate what you can do with someone alongside you who shares your vision and shares your passion. And just do it. It's incredible how many people we've been meeting at STV who we can trace back their multi-billion-dollar company formation journey to a setting over coffee where they showed us their logos on a piece of paper. It happens. And the whole point of this game is it's a game of batting averages. You need to take as many bats at the shot that comes to you. The balls keep coming, but you need to know when to hit and what's the comfort zone. You'll get many balls in life. You have to keep hitting and increase your batting average. So that's my 2 cents.
And what are the skills required for any startup to succeed? So from a VC point of view, what do you look at? Any set of skills or any type of personality with the founders? Is there something that you look at in specific?
So a lot of things, I guess, matter in this equation of what makes a great founder. The most paramount that we started learning with time, the more we do this, especially in a nascent ecosystem, is, a lot of founders are smart. A lot of founders have deep domain expertise. But coachability and the ability to listen, internalize, and morph yourself based on new data is probably the most important skill set that is a determining factor for great founders. So coachability, your ability to always keep questioning yourself, listen to new data, even if and in spite of them being in total contradiction to your viewpoint of the world, is a very powerful skill set. And consequently to that, your ability to also take yourself out of your deep convictions sometimes and put yourself in the shoes of others, whether it's a consumer or a market participant or a competitor, is hugely powerful. So a lot of these skill sets, as you can see, are definitely not hard in nature. They're soft skills that require you to be able to step in and out, listen, morph, and potentially change your mind a lot of times.
You mentioned at the beginning of this conversation that you see Saudi as the future of startups. How can KSA help leverage this startup ecosystem in Saudi?
So Saudi Arabia has all the ingredients on a global basis to become a center of gravity for technology between the United States and China. The depth of the capital markets, the depth of the commercial sophistication of these markets, and the growing depth of talent that we're seeing, aided and powered by people like you, this amazing place, and people coming in and now starting to subscribe to the Saudi story globally. We're seeing a lot of people actually leave hotspots of technology and see what's going on in Saudi as an incredible gravity pull for them to say, this country, its leadership, how things are being done, the fast pace of all of it, the agility, the willingness of the government to listen and pivot alongside these incredibly powerful ideas is a huge magnet for talent. So, and we kept saying talent, so there are 3 things that we associate with talent. Talent is, feeds off talent. It's a recursive function. The more A-plus players you have, the more they attract A-plus players and they feed off each other. Saudi is starting to showcase that. Number two, talent wants to think big. Saudi provided a platform called Vision 2030 that wants to aim really high. Thirdly, if you get talent to feed off talent and pull talent, and if you get talent to look at these moonshot ideas and platforms that can help them grow, the last thing is you need capital to get them going. And Saudi has a tremendous wealth of that. So in a nutshell, we're biased. Obviously, we're all Saudi. But I was in the US for, 15 or so years. I was at Google for a long time. I led global BizDev for one of Google's fastest growing businesses in Silicon Valley. And I came back because despite me getting a one-way ticket to going to Mountain View and thinking I want to be at the epicenter of technology creation, a few years later when this country and its new leadership announced this new vision to the world, it was time to come back and be part of the story. And talent can pick anywhere in the world to reside and do. Despite our bias, I still believe Saudi is the most exciting geography over the next 7 years to make things happen.
And how do startups play a role in the economy and the global ecosystem in general when it comes to talents here?
I'm happy to take a stab. I feel I'm taking quite a bit of share of voice from my fellow panelists, but thank you for starting with me. So I'll keep this brief. So the way we look at startups and the way I would encourage every one of you to seriously consider doing a startup, raising money, taking aim at something, maybe failing and keep doing it again, is that startups are essentially one of the most exciting and proven ways for not only countries to transform their economies, but also individuals to be the most valuable unit of creation in that economy. It's a wholly different disruptive way of thinking of diversification and capacity building, capability generation in a country. So that's what's exciting about this. It's probably the only asset class on a global basis, across asset classes, where you can attribute billions of dollars of value creation because of a single crazy idea and a team that believed in a new way of thinking of the world. And if this country wants to transform, lo and behold, the best agents to make that transformation happen are entrepreneurs and researchers such as yourselves who are hopefully going to say, I'm going to take as many stabs at this. And guess what? If you fail, you've created a ton of, residual knowledge, learnings, you move the ecosystem. Even failures are valuable for this sector.
You don't fail, you learn, actually.
100%. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. I'm going to move to you, Samar. Samar, you are the head and the KSA Academy leader at PwC. So technically, upskilling is what you do on a daily basis. Let's start with Saudi because, is it working? Can we check Samar's mic, please? Thank you, Abdurrahman. Samar, what are the drivers for upskilling talents in Saudi Arabia?
Thank you for having me. Yes, it's working. Thank you. So there are obviously many drivers. I will try to be brief. We all know that the kingdom has been going through massive transformation to diversify its economy and to build a future-forward nation. And with the Giga projects underway, the kingdom requires essential skills to be available to deliver on the Vision 2030. And a key part of the Vision 2030 is to build a thriving economy where the kingdom needs to develop talent in the market, in Saudi Arabia, in line with the labor market needs. We see that Saudi Arabia has been investing in many new sectors, such as tourism, entertainment, hospitality, that hasn't been existing in the past. And all these sectors, not only to diversify the economy, but also to attract foreign investment. And to do this successfully, the kingdom needs to develop the talent in the market again in Saudi Arabia, and this becomes more sustainable. in the long term. We've also seen that in the transformation, the women have more and more been integrated in the workforce, and there is a significant portion of this population now contributing to the growth of the economy. And here also upskilling is necessary.
Do you have a percentage of that, the increase?
Not really. Don't want to say any number. Also, in its efforts, in the kingdom, in its efforts to raise nationalization and the contribution of the national workforce to 60% in 2030, and aims also at becoming among the top 20 countries in the world in labor market efficiency index. There is a clear focus on global competitiveness of the national workforce. And here we talk about accredited global professional qualifications and specific needs development needs that needs to be addressed to bridge the skills gap.
I'm going to move to you, Ahmad. Ahmad, tell me at Bain, what are you and your team, how are you and your team developing the skills of the employees for a better future? Is it working or should...
Yeah, it's working. I think that, it's getting really difficult, right, to think about upskilling talent just because of the pace of change that is happening across the board, right? Just 2 years ago, we were living in a completely different world. We operate in a completely different set of principles of what defines a good workplace. How do we, we go to the office, we connect with people, and today we're just in a completely different environment, right? And I think Dr. Yamani was saying, the gig economy and how it's actually increasing, right? And the great resignation of people leaving. And just one interesting fact about this in the gig economy, you have 15 million workers in the US, 30 million in Indonesia, 200 million in China. While they're pursuing this, they are less connected with the work environment. They're less passionate about the job that they do.
Less engaged.
Less engaged. There is no meaning and purpose behind it. It's just an activity that they're, ensuring that there is some sort of financial stability that comes from it and high degree of flexibility. And so when you take all of these factors, all of these changes, at Bain, we kind of stepped back in the last 2 years and we thought, what is it that people want, right? What are they looking for? So there was a big study, about 25,000 people that participated in across continents. And the goal of this study was really to try to discover what our future workers are looking for in a job, right? And that just completely redesigned the way that we approach talent attraction, the work environment that we want to create. And of course, complexity added to the fact that, there are very contradicting views on work from home. So some people would say work from home. They see it as that way, work from home, and others see it as living and work, right? It's continuously there. So you have 25% of the population of that sample says, we never want to go back to the office. And another 25% are saying, we want to go back to the office just like how it was before. And then the rest in the middle, they want some sort of hybrid that you don't know yet what does that hybrid look like. They're not agreeing on it. Is it 1 day, 2 day, 3 day? So a lot of, I think, organizations right now are trying to figure out what's the right model to do this. And so I think there is an experimentation phase in Saudi. One of the things that I found very interesting that Bain launched this summer was a program that they said, during the summer, you can work from anywhere in the world. So if you're based in Riyadh, based in Dubai, just pick your summer spot. We're going to work around the fact that you're living somewhere else and enjoy that summer and just, you're going to be working, but just make sure that, the time zone difference and all of that. And that was an interest. That's not vacation, right? They're working, but they just kind of selected that I'm going to be in the Maldives or the Bahamas, and that's where I'm going to be for the summer, and they're still working and productive.
It's part of making employees happy, and this is the topic of our second panel today. If we go back to upskilling, which is the main focus for this topic, you know, a lot of people are naturally curious. They want to grow, they want to learn, and some others, not much. How at Bain, or how in organizations in general, do you incentivize people to actually work on improving their skills and learning and developing themselves?
So coming back to that study, you know, what we found out that there are different types of people, right? There are people we call operators. So they're not really interested in upskilling themselves. They don't find meaning and purpose in the job. You know, they're not looking for it in their job. They're just basically, you know, they're using this as a mean of financial security, right? But then there is another, you know, archetype where, you know, they're explorers. And those are the ones who would want to find, you know, they're just hungry for learning and development. There are the pioneers who pretty much end up becoming entrepreneurs. And what we're realizing as a company is that you will have all types. And you need to design your systems in a way that caters for all of them. There isn't one that is better than the other. It's just that the society is just really divided into these different segments. And they change over time. So there are also the givers. And those givers are not incentivized by money or financial security. They're incentivized by meaning and purpose and connectivity and having a sense of friendship at work, right? So what we realized that first, talent could have a different archetype with their age, right? So there are more explorers, more pioneers as they're younger. As they get older, they become more givers in nature. So while we're doing all of this, we're also factoring the progression of people who come into the organization. How do you cater for them? The fact that they're young graduates coming in, and what sort of environment you need to create for them? And then as they get older in their career, how do you continue to also create that environment that ensures that they're, you know, and that now all of this is linked to ensuring that we are catering for the talent, right? We are working around them. And by doing all of this, they're attached to the organization, right? And then you do all of these strategies of upskilling them. And what upskilling? You know, there are the soft skills and the hard skills, right? But I think at Bain, you know, we really start from the foundational and what we call values. You know, what are the set of principles that you believe in and you strongly believe in, and you want to make sure that while you come into this organization, that's part of the reason why you've selected Bain, because you felt that you can connect with people in this organization based on the set of values, right? And then we take you into this journey of developing the skills, and we work with you on the skills.
We're talking about skills today, but and it seems that those skills are changing with time and changing quickly. Latest studies show that in the past 5 years, 25% of the skills that we used to have on LinkedIn, let's say, are obsolete, and this number might double by the next 5 years. So now, what are the skills that everyone in this room should have and that the companies are looking for?
Sure, it's a completely new world and new skills. So I would like to say that tech and digital skills are quite essential in every work we do. And the pandemic has accelerated the demand for digital skills. And we've seen that those who have the skill set, the digital and tech skill set, were able to transition through the pandemic more seamlessly. Our CEO survey, PwC issues a yearly CEO survey, shows that 52% of CEOs in the Middle East from last year intend to increase their spending, investment in digital transformation. So that means upskilling is a must in order to ensure that we have the right talent to sustain this transformation. ESG which is environmental, social, governance, we talked about it earlier, is becoming more of a key focus for most organizations globally. In the region here, it's not as important yet, and CEOs are not maybe planning on investment as other parts in the world. However, the expertise, the ESG expertise globally remains in shortage. And I would say, although it's not on the top of the agenda, regional agenda, it will become more and more important as the kingdom looks at attracting foreign direct investment, a fundamental request to achieve the Vision 2030. And ESG expertise is also important here to ensure that we're able to conduct the ESG transformation when it inevitably comes. Would like to say also that while the digital transformation and the adoption of technologies at the workplace is becoming more mainstream, there is still a continued demand, even more increased demand, on softer skills that we call also power skills. And these are the leadership, the problem solving, the critical thinking. To conclude, if I want to summarize one important skills for the young audience is the skill to learn. Upskilling is not a task that you tick in a box. It's something that you own throughout your life. What you learn today will become obsolete tomorrow. So the importance of learning, the skills of learning, unlearning, and relearning is key.
Very nice. You just mentioned both the skills, soft skills and hard skills. How much do you emphasize on soft skills versus hard skills in your organization? Yeah.
That's an interesting question. So I'm gonna just take that question on myself. Right? I think initially when I was just graduating from undergrad, you know, I looked, kind of evaluated myself, right? So I think really it's all about self-awareness, right? You really always need to be reflective and think about, you know, what are you good at? So, you know, the first 10 years of my career was all about, you know, what are the set of skills that would make me successful, right? That was kind of the mindset that I was going through. And I said, I'm a, you know, analytical guy. I love numbers. So I went into engineering, you know, did that. And then as soon as I graduated, I went to banking and finance, right? And maybe it's so important at the foundational year that you kind of build, you know, technical skills, and you think about the technical skills that you want to build based on what you believe your strengths are. But then as you really progress, you know, you move from that. Learning is continuous. It's forever, right? It doesn't stop. But then there is a different role that you really need to play in the organization, which is really teaching, right? It's taking all of that knowledge that you accumulated, and then you continue to accumulate, and then you start transferring that knowledge. And that's when really those, you know, power skills or soft skills become extremely important. You know, how do you coach? How do you mentor? You know, how do you put that, you know, knowledge into a way that is, you know, captivating? So you can grab the audience, motivate them, inspire them. And then there is a lot of emphasis at that point in your career that those power skills and soft skills become even more relevant, right? But the technical skills is what you go back to, right? So if I just echo what Samar was saying, right? You know, what are the skills that you really need to have? And I think in the time that we live in, right, it's you know, this problem solving, critical thinking, adaptation, quick adaptation to change, resourceful, you know, being resourceful. So you just kind of say, I have very limited time, very limited resources. How can I put something together, right? That is a skill that requires a lot of comfort of moving away from perfection, and being open to failure, right? Because you're going to fail. and every failure becomes an opportunity for learning and development, right? So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, it does, absolutely. Samar, I'll go back to you and your day-to-day job. What are the challenges that you're facing while upskilling talents these days?
Okay, so we'll be brief and list two. The first one is measuring the return on investment. It's not only the financial investment, but it's also the time that is put. So measuring how much impact has the learning resulted on whether on the performance of the individual, which is easier than measuring on the overall organization performance, remains a challenge. There are certain ways to measure the return on investment when you go on measuring what was the learning before and after, but this is not the financial impact that is measured. It remains a challenge. The second one is identifying the right skills to build and the right development program to put for the candidates. It's not, sometimes we tend to go the easy way and say, okay, that employee is not performing in his job, he needs a training. And maybe it's not the problem is not with the employee's performance, it's with a certain policy, procedure, system. So we have to look at the overall picture and then be able to determine what is related to training and what is related to something else. So I think these are mainly the key challenges that we face.
If we go back to the person's curiosity and willingness to learn, in the case of Samar, for instance, she has this academy, and I'm sure at Bain you have your own either academy or training programs. But if we go back to that curious personality who would like to develop themselves, how does the company help them at this level to go the extra mile?
So, by nature, I'm a very curious person, and I enjoy the process of learning something new. So when I joined Bain 10 years ago, and I had all of this accessibility to knowledge, a portal, digital libraries, content, so every time I had an opportunity that I'm not really staffed on a project, I would just go and just dive into the learning process, right? I honestly didn't need anybody from the organization to come and say, you really need to do this, right? What I realized that I thought everybody's like this. You have the access, it's there, right? And today it's not just Bain, but it's actually everywhere. You go online today, there are so many resources that you can get really the best knowledge at a very, uncostly. It's really not costly to get, from the best universities through all of these digital platforms. And what I think I'm realizing is that not everyone is like that.
Yeah.
Right? Not everyone is curious. So I think the ones who are curious, who are really interested in learning, it's an easier task to handle. You're just putting in front of them the tools, and they're just gonna play with it, right? I think the challenging part is the ones who are not as curious, and you're kind of figuring out, well, why, and how can we help them? And how can we make them build that habit of continuous learning? And I think there is also another challenge is actually with all of the technology advancement and accessibility to information, a friend of mine once said, I feel like my brain is bloated. I was like, oh, what do you mean? And he said, there is so much information junk out there that my brain is just consuming good information and bad information, and I feel my brain is bloated. And I think that hit me hard, because actually there is a part where we really need to think about what are we consuming, right? And become more purposeful in the learning process, right? So you take that and you take that learning and you say, I learned this, how can I apply it? Whether on a personal level or in a commercial sense, right? And I think that's the skill at Bain, where it's not just about learning, but it's also about taking that learning and then applying it, right? Taking that learning and implementing it. And that's kind of what we're really pushing people to, and that happens through mentorship, creating teams and pods of people together. They go into a journey, so it creates this feel of friendship. They're going through the same experience, and there is accountability to each other.
Samar, let's go back to because he just mentioned how can we do this extra mile, but I'm sure you use plenty of excellent tools that you recommend in upskilling. What would you recommend when it comes to upskilling talents?
Sure. So the more engaging the content is, the more it's likely to stick in the mind of the receiver. So we use different techniques, and it is actually the gamification that is the trend now in delivering training, learning content. When you interact and having fun with the content, you tend to remember it. Also, the micro-credentials are now trendy because they address a specific need, and they are short, sweet, and easy to a certain extent. Also, the digital learning platforms are very essential from a convenience perspective and also from an inclusivity perspective. We have some individuals who may have mobility disability, and by having access to these platforms, they are able to build their knowledge and contribute as well to organizations, governments, community. So, yeah, I would say these are the most important tools that we use.
I'm going to go back to you, Ahmed, and let's probably that's something interesting also to our audience, because Samar answered this question early on. If there's one skill that you'd like all your employees to have, what would it be and why?
Definitely, continuous learning, right? Having that ability to, go and discover, and explore something new and read about it and get educated, and practical application of the learning, right? And that requires it's not just the skill, but the value of humility, right? And humbleness. Because the more that you learn, the more that you realize that you don't know, right? And you go into this cycle. So I think really just being humble, right? That no matter how much you grow in your career, knowledge is not defined by age. It's not defined by, and it's not linear. It's compounded. So as life expectancy is increasing and age increasing, and you continue, imagine what would 50 years of just learning and developing and continuing to learn, right? And you grow so I would just say definitely being a lifelong learner as the thing that you want to continue to do, especially in the world that we live in.
Samar at some point mentioned the ability to learn and unlearn and learn again. Many skills, we learned them at some point and now became obsolete. What are the skills that we don't look at anymore? Completely obsolete.
I think automation made a lot of the types of work that we used to do obsolete, right? But that actually had a positive impact because it allowed us to take on different type of problems to think about, creative thinking, connecting with other people, right? So you have more time to actually connect with your coworkers than to really be on a task that is so mundane of just data input, where today, data is just collected and with machine learning and AI, right? So, it's very difficult, to be honest, to just, we're trying to extrapolate what the future is going to look like, right? And I was just reading, kind of just going through this topic, and, in the 1950s, the US postmasters were saying, that mail will be delivered, via rockets during the 2020, right? And I think email is far more efficient than having your mail delivered through rockets, right? But that was what they predicted based on what they were living through, right? Snail mail, it's just going to be delivered through rockets, right? So I think we're kind of doing the same thing, right? We're kind of saying, okay, what are the skills? What do we think? So I don't think we're going to miss it completely, but I think there will be surprises coming along the way where, we're going to come back again. We're going to say, oh, we didn't really get it all right.
Yeah, and coming quickly. So I just understood that the app isn't working. So in case you have any questions to our panelists, please raise your hand. We'll give you the microphone and you can ask the question. Any question to Ahmad and Samar? Yes, over there. How can we give him the microphone, please? Faisal.
Feel free. Hello. First, thank you for your time. I want to ask you what skills that specifically can help pre-college student, like in high school, or in their career. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Please,
okay,
go
I will
ahead.
start by saying digital skills, as we said, is pretty much embedded in every role, in every job, in every domain. And also, it's about seeing what does your job require in terms of skills, deconstruct what would you like to do, what should job you'd like to do, and what are the skills that are required, and then you build those skills. And I think it was mentioned by Dr. Ahmad before, that you need to learn one skill, master it, and you have to find what that skill is.
Yeah, if I want to be maybe more specific to Bain, right, and you're thinking, okay, that's a job I want to do, I want to be a consultant, and I want to explore that as a career, definitely, well, there are resources, a lot of resources online, just kind of the way that consulting firms, recruit talent is based on what we call case or problem, real example of a problem, right, and you're trying to solve it. So it's very, driven by breaking down a problem into components, mathematical skills in terms of, the numbers that drives that problem, and then communicating your findings, right? So it's how do you become data-driven, fact-based, right? Deconstruct a big problem into smaller components, and then you communicate, your ability to communicate, right? Your findings in a way that is simplified for the complex data that you just analyzed.
Thank you. More questions? Yes, please. Can you go to the mic, please, and ask the question? Thank you.
Hi. Do you think it's better to take the set of skills of things that I'm already good at and harness them to perfection, or to learn new skills and expand my set of skills?
Okay, so that's a very controversial, question for me personally, because I thought I would want to work on the things that I'm not very good at and just become, really great and just work on it, right? I think there are two schools of thought on this. One that says really focus on what you're really good at and master it, because that's your comfort zone. You don't really put an extra effort while you practice those things that you're really great at. But I think really when you're young, you want to give yourself the opportunity of exploring, right? Because you might not know actually that you're good at something, and if you don't give yourself the opportunity to explore something new, right? So I would just say it's really about exploration, and as much as you can explore, then you can define really what are the skills that you're really good at, and what are the things that you think it's not just good at, it's just that it doesn't excite you, right? The topic or the field or the type of activity that you're in, and sometimes we're driven by what would make us more money. And that becomes a driver for selecting, what sort of career I want to choose, right? But I really believe that, money is kind of a byproduct of doing something that you really enjoy and you're really good at, and you can just excel in. And then, you would find and figure out a way where, the outcome of that, the wealth, is just a byproduct of doing something that you're passionate about.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say passion is the main driver.
Yeah, I can't be good at everything, but I mean, if you focus on one thing. Any more questions, guys? Yes, please. If you have any questions, please, if you can wait next to the mic, it would be quicker.
Yeah, as a high school student, is it better to work as a freelancer or get an internship?
Okay, would like to say something about a school here. I grabbed this opportunity. We have at PwC a program, apprenticeship program, and those who are school leavers, high school students, come and join us. They build their knowledge of the industry they'll be choosing to work on, and build some professional qualifications along the way, acquire professional qualifications, and build their expertise as well. And you may find partners at PwC who haven't gone to universities. So they have gone through the apprenticeship programs or acquired professional qualifications and made it to the top. So it's not about what others are doing or what is the classic way of entering a workforce. You could go through a program because you like to accelerate your professional career and you succeed.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Well,
Yes,
well,
please.
I can. I think whether a freelance or an internship, I think you really just need to define or kind of just dig deeper of why you want to do this, right? What is the objective? What are you really trying to get out of it? And it's a set of skills, right? So if you're going for a freelance gig because it has some sort of skills you want to acquire, it might be because of flexibility, right? And if you want to do an internship, it might have to do with being part of a team, being part of an organization, understanding the inner workings of how things kind of, go about in a work environment, right? So just always ask yourself why. Why do I want to do this step? Why is it relevant? And if you don't have an answer, you kind of need to, just think about it and just, go through that process. If you allow me, I think, the thing, we try to figure out things. And we're trying to figure out things like, a lot of, young audience that we have here, and we're trying to figure out, what am I going to do in life, right? And it's such a big question and a stressful one, right? And if I kind of just want to share, this with you, we evolve, we change, the world changes. What I loved when I was 18 is not the same thing when I was in my 20s, is not the same thing when I was in my 30s and 40s and so on, right? So my passion today, so before it was mathematics, today I'm so interested in psychology. And if you told me when I was 18 that I'm going to be studying psychology and I'm going to be reading about psychology and I'm going to be into it so much, I would have laughed because I wouldn't have figured that this is something that I wanted to do. So it's really okay not to know, right? And it's really okay to continue to try and figure out, because you're just going to get new variables and new input as you go in life that you would just have to say, well, is this what I like to do? Is this how I'm defined today? Is this what I want to, so there is no one answer that you really need to get fixated on, and you're going to stick to it for the rest of your life.
And sometimes along the way you discover something that you like and enjoy, and it becomes your probably, new career. Any more questions? Yes.
When I'm learning new skills, there is ups and downs. Sometimes I learn fast, sometimes I learn slow. How do I minimize slow learning and learn fast?
Okay, I think you need to look into what are your high moments and what is it that's making you learn fast at some times and learn slow? Is it the topic you're not interested in? Or is it that you have challenges understanding the content? Probably you need more support and more channels to support you understanding the content. I'm not sure if you have another answer to it, but maybe also change. I would suggest maybe change the media. It could be that you have to engage in different ways with the content to keep you at high.
Thank you. Yes?
Hi. I have a question in regards to talent recruitment at Bain and PwC. How relevant is international Western experience when during the hiring process? And I've heard 1 year of Western experience equals to 3 years of Saudi experience. I don't know if that's true. Any thoughts?
I can't answer on this one. We have our HR department who could definitely give you the answer you're looking for.
Yeah, no, I don't think, it doesn't work that way. I think, one, of course, you apply through a portal, it goes through a series of questions that they ask you, your preferences and why you're doing this. So there are, a couple of questions where you're going to actually write why you're applying to Bain, right? And why do you want to be in consulting? And then you're going to have a first call of somebody calling you and kind of vetting and going through that and just checking, the drivers behind your desire to be in consulting, right? But then there are also technical skills evaluation. So I really don't think it's a matter of, whether you went to a Western, school or you had a Western experience. But again, does that, from your perspective, does that build the certain skills that these companies are looking for, right? So if it does, then that puts you at an advantage in comparison to another candidate who's applying. But that's not the determining factor. That's the skill that you built from the experience that you exposed yourself to, right? So I think that's how it would be evaluated.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Maria Al-Kurdi. I'm currently a master's student. And just from from stories that we hear from the past, it seems like sometimes when students continue to do their PhDs and then they graduate with no experiences, then that would be considered as an overqualification. But recently I've heard that this have changed nowadays. So I'm just wondering about the outlook. What do you think of this as in our current days?
So this answer has nothing to do with Bain, right? But there is a great book called Born to Build, right? And this book talks about how we as human beings are wired to build things, right? We're meant to build things and create things. And just the summary of the book that says the world is divided into kind of 3 types of builders. Ones that they call the promoters, and those are the ones who inspire and can sell, right? And they go out there and they drive people behind them, right? So those are the type of people. The other ones, they call them the conductors, right? Those are the ones who are process-oriented, and they, the ins and outs, accountants, operations. And then the third type, they call them the knowledge experts. And those are the scientists who have a very deep vertical of expertise in a certain domain. They're really good at what they do, right? And they're very important to society because those are the ones that drive innovation. They go and try new things. They tirelessly work. 2 weeks ago, I went to CERN, and I met those scientists who spent 30 years going through data of particle accelerators just hitting each other, right? And I'm thinking, my goodness, for 30 years they've been doing this, and they didn't find whatever they're looking for. But then that's what makes them happy, right? They're not tired from the failure. So I can't say that if you if you're passionate about it and you really enjoy what you're doing, you will find your place. It's a very big world. There are a lot of opportunities, right? So I can say that you won't find your place in the world to do something that you enjoy and you love, and don't limit yourself by, biases of what people would say, right? And they would say that if you pursued your PhD, then you're not going to find a job, right? But you really need to figure out what is it that you're looking for. Just a last thought, and I'm sorry, I know we're overrunning time, but
No, we're not.
there is a great book called Designing Your Life. And it's a book written by 2 Stanford professors from the design school. And they're applying design thinking on your life. And they said your life is a product, and you really need to kind of think about it as a product, and you're the customer of that, right? So you want to rewrite your life. It's a great book. It has thought-provoking questions for you. So if just go through that, I think it's a great experience. We're always in self-discovery and reflection, awareness and reflection. And I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll move to the next question because we have like 2 more minutes.
Okay, so what was the mindset that got you to this place, like your principles? Because mindset is very important to be successful.
Sorry, what is the mindset?
Can you repeat the question, please?
What was your mindset that got you to this place? Your principles, like?
What
brought me to
mindset
this-
guided you to your position right now,
to my
what you do?
position. Okay. Well, I'm a person who looks into, driven by passion, talking about passion. I'm an economist by background with master's in business administration, and then worked in information technology and digital for half of my career, and then decided to change into education. So this is the drive to do whatever you're passionate about.
I think from my perspective, it was more, so learning, right? So that was a big driver. I really enjoyed learning. So I think I was a nerd at school, right? I know I am a nerd at school. So I think self-competition, right? So I'd never really thought about others when I was going through this journey in life. I was just kind of always benchmarking against myself. And am I doing better today than the day before? And that made me a happier person, right? I really didn't stress out. I just kind of thought, am I happy with what I'm doing and the commitment that I'm giving, right? And am I improving today in comparison to yesterday, right? And I believe in abundance, right? There is opportunity for everyone. That it's not just limited to to you. So it's a growth mindset, and I'm sure you've read about fixed mindset and growth mindset. I didn't know the term at the time when I was kind of applying this as a kid and growing up, but I think those are the ones that really helped me go through life in the way that I'm going through, and I'm still going through it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. One last question.
What are the best resources to help us gaining more skills?
There are plenty online if you would like to go for those micro-learning. And I think, as we said, you have to take it in relevance to what you want. And then if it is a short, if it is a professional qualification that you want to pursue to develop further your knowledge, or be it a short course online, or it's in classroom learning that you're looking for. So the options are multiple, but the most important thing
3 you'd recommend.
Well, I would recommend the 3 combination is to pursue the short micro-learning and go to in classroom, because it's good that you interact with other individuals as well, and also acquire a professional qualifications because it raises to international standards.
I can take a different approach to this as well. Well, all of this is really valid, right? I think the way that now I realize the way that I just kind of wanted to continue to develop my skills is by surrounding myself with, 5 types of individuals, right, or resources. A teacher, right, and that teacher can be an online, school, right, but that's kind of the definition. And teacher is one-way communication, giving you the knowledge gap that you're missing, right? A consultant, and maybe that sounds really biased, but a consultant who would know, a problem that you don't know the solution to, and they can help you with the solution, right? A coach, and a coach is a person who would ask you questions and the right set of questions to help you try to figure out the answer, right? So they're a trainer for you. And then a mentor. And a mentor is somebody who's ahead of you in life, 10, 15 years ahead of you. So I always say that our visibility is like low beam. But a mentor, and somebody who's 15 years ahead of you would give you the high beam. It would give you what would life look like at that age. They would tell you their stories, and you would take it, and you would just say, okay, this works for me, it doesn't work for me. You kind of absorb, but you have better visibility on what would life look 10 years down the road. And then finally, I would say a counselor. And the reason why I would say a counselor, because it's very important to understand yourself. And a counselor will help you dig deeper into who you are today based on the past experiences that you went through. And just, and you don't need them all at the same time. But every now and then you would need one of those types of resources or people around you to help you navigate, life. And I hope that's not a very complex answer to do.
Thank you. It's interesting how two different schools are speaking, but I guess that was very insightful for all our audience. Thank you so much. We reached the end of our first panel. Ahmad and Samar, thank you so much for all the stories you shared with us. I hope you guys enjoyed the first panel. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now it's time to move to our second panel, and trust me, it's going to be super interesting for all of you. So since COVID-19 has changed the way we do business, the way we learn, it's changed our lives completely. And now companies are working more and more into making the company a nice place to work at and making employees happy. It's time to discuss our second topic. And I'd like to welcome on stage Niam Sinno, Head of People and Change at KPMG. Hi, Niam. How are you? Please have a seat. Abdullah Saidan, KSA Partner at McKinsey. Hello, Abdullah. Kim Pringle, Director of Human Capacity Building at KCare. And Mohammed Sangura, Director of Organizational Effectiveness and Design at NEOM. Hello, and welcome on stage. So our topic mostly is about preparing a right foundation for the talents. And I'd like to start with you, Kim, here from KCare. How can your company stand out from the crowd to attract the right talent and to retain them?
So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today and for the opportunity to share what we're working on. From my perspective, working in the government, we're about building the pipeline of future talent for specific industries, for nuclear and renewable energy, to ensure that the organizations have talent when they need it. So for us, it's really about workforce planning, understanding what's going to be the targets of the future, especially in these energy industries, and preparing through partnerships with universities and high school programs to ensure that the talent is attracted. Number one, they understand these new alternative energies, because it's not traditionally the career that most young people think about. They think oil and gas.
Yeah. Yes, I think can we give you another mic? 'Cause
from my perspective, it's about how much the government is investing. One of the programs we have is part of the Vision 2030, one of the key energy pillars. And it's ensuring that we're thinking long-term to ensure that we have the right talent at the right time. Nuclear requires a long investment of training, and we have to make sure we're attracting and retaining talent. It's not enough just to train and develop them, but how do we keep them interested in that industry? So from my perspective, we're doing a lot of work through the Ministry of Energy as well. We have the Human Capital Energy Ecosystem Task Force that's really focusing on the future generation and how we can attract them. We want to be an employer of choice. And we want to make sure that we're positioned well and we're educating young people today about the future opportunities available for them.
How do you find those talents from the first time, like attract them from the first time? Because it's easy to recruit and then replace and replace and replace. So how do you identify them at first?
So for us, we're actually starting a K-Care with program through Mishkat, which is an interactive science center. So we're attracting kids to come from primary school, middle school, high school.
Yeah.
We work with Mohiba to have summer programs about alternative energy at Mishkat. We also are developing programs with universities. So KAU has nuclear engineering. We're sending students right now abroad to learn about the nuclear industry and learn practical experience. We work with KAU. They have a nuclear concentration. So their chemical engineers are graduating with knowledge about nuclear, and they're also abroad right now for 8 weeks learning about the industry. So we're trying to make it attainable for young people, but also providing good opportunities for them to get exposure to the industry before it becomes mature here in the kingdom.
Mm-hmm. During the opening speech, they were mentioning technically the change in habits and the change of what makes people happy at work. What are the reward systems that you're developing today? Let me start with you, Abdullah, that attract those talents and retain them and make them happy. What makes them happy today?
So the way we think about it, at least in McKinsey, is with the increasing competitiveness of talent opportunities and the real competition on top talent, we need to offer something beyond what is typical rewards or typical offerings, if you would. So we doubled down in a big way for ourselves as an organization, and our organization is made of people and our talent, on the purpose of why do we exist and what do we try to do, and a reaffirmation, if you will, on in living this purpose through every single project or study that we work on with our clients. And we believe this is a real competitive edge or angle when people feel, or they can say that I'm coming to work for this firm, and McKinsey actually offers me a way to live a purpose that I subscribed to in the beginning. So almost the filter becomes a bit earlier. Do you subscribe to this purpose and vision of how we see things in our role in the world? And if the answer is yes, then it's on us as an organization or as a firm to give you the chance to live that purpose or vision that you've subscribed to. That bar is higher, but we believe that bar is worth it.
We hear a lot about a company's culture. So when you mentioned becoming a company of choice, a lot of people would say, I love the culture of that company. I can ask you the question, or you, Abdullah, how can any company develop its culture to actually attract talents around the world?
I can go first.
Please.
I think it has to do with people. If you attract the right people, before the previous panelist was saying about A+ people want to work with A+ people. If you can attract talent and you can also communicate that effectively, and I think nowadays social media is very important. So your organization has to highlight and showcase what you're doing. How do we make this environment attractive? What are the interesting things that you're doing? What are the great opportunities you're getting in your organization that are allowing you to propel your career? And if you don't broadcast that, if you don't communicate that, you're not going to become an employer of choice.
What about McKinsey, Abdullah?
Yeah, so I agreed with you need to broadcast that. People need to know that it's happening. To answer your specific question, which is to leverage the right culture for attraction. The more tricky part in my mind is making sure that we live it within McKinsey in a day-to-day life. So the litmus test, or what we typically talk to each other within McKinsey is we keep ourselves accountable on day-to-day decisions based on the values that are on the wall. And if that doesn't happen, then these are words on the wall that are not real values. And these values, then when you act on them, become or form the basis of your culture. But at least you're all clear on where is my culture coming from. And then it doesn't matter if you're a day one a new colleague or a 25-year senior partner, we have to adhere to these sets of values that drive our culture. And if advertising it and promoting it is a very powerful way to do it, the even more powerful way is that day one colleague tells his or her friends that these guys actually, they're living what they're saying, and they're actually, they have a real culture around what they're doing, and they're doing it well.
I would maybe add, the last thing you want is to put out a campaign and attract talent, then they get to the organization and they don't feel the culture, because they won't stay. So it's important to have both. I think it's very true.
What makes people stay today? I mean, we spoke about COVID at first, how COVID made every one of us pause, think about their career, think about their priorities in life. And a lot of people resigned, which led to this great resignation. What makes them stay today, where they are?
For my focus, we're really looking at, on a national level, how are we planning for the future? So maybe I'm not the best to answer that. But I think from my own personal perspective, it's passion. And I think that's what Summer mentioned before. I think if people are purposely employed, it has an impact on their day-to-day. It doesn't matter if I'm working remotely, I'm working in an office. If I'm passion-driven, those are the kinds of employees you want, and those are the kinds of employees that will stay.
Abdullah?
I always tell people, or especially more junior colleagues, you should remember to stay, not forget to leave. And what that means, at least for me and over the years, and what I mean by that to colleagues is you need to reflect on your past 6 months, 9 months, year, whatever it is, and genuinely ask yourself, am I a better professional than I was 6 months ago? Am I in a happy and enjoying living the values that were advertised? And if the answer is yes, then I should stay and I should continue developing. And if the answer is no, I should have a serious discussion about it with my mentors and my sponsors to help fix it. Now, again, from my perspective, this is something I'm encouraging junior colleagues to do every 6 to 9 months. This means I'm also asking for the firm and the partners, the deal partners, to almost be tested or evaluated every 6 to 9 months. Are we living to the promise that we're giving to our junior colleagues? Are we helping them get to work on exciting projects? Are we balancing between their development and client needs? And these are not easy to do because they get down to the day-to-day level decision-making. But that's the only way that I feel. I think you need to encourage your teams to recommit, and the only way they would recommit, they're smart, they have other alternatives, sometimes with better titles, whatever. So how do you get them to recommit? You make sure that you're still on your original handshake around the values and the culture. You are giving them more and more responsibilities and development, and they do feel that they're developing at a faster pace.
Now that you mentioned development, and especially digital transformation that was accelerated during the past couple of years because of COVID, why do you think some companies did much better than others? How were they prepared?
Thank you so much. I think this is what's happening today, and I would like to think, thinking strategically, and the ability to respond in a fast pace to the environment. So those organizations who managed really to do well and survive today, they're willing to survive irrespective to the conditions that they operate in. And we look into this and you think about it, there are lots of things actually contributing to this. And one of the major key aspects to this is the leadership and the leadership mindset. So the leadership have actually envisioned what to be the future. They've actually set the foundation, to respond with agility and very quickly to such things. And before, the pandemic hit, And also I would think of, the talents of the organization as well as really important. Add to that, all of these together, that would create a culture that would give them the ability to respond really quickly. And great example of a national leading company that took a bold move and decision. They decided to close all of their branches around the kingdom, more than 200 branches, for 24 hours. And they wanted to promote through alternative digital channels. So it is not that easy to disrupt today your business model. It's not that easy to change the way you serve your customers. So they took that move, 24 hours, they announced it, and guess what happened? More than 90% of their transactions, it was on a digital platform. More than 500% increase in sales through their app. And they were the #1 hashtag and trend on Twitter, in the kingdom at that time. So this kind of, companies, they were so better agile and they were so much ready.
They were proactive, yeah.
Yes, for such, incidents. And they managed really well before such incidents, would come. And they really understood what it means to be disrupted. Thank you.
As you said, so now that a lot of companies discovered that they can go online, they can do much more business online. The e-commerce is on the rise in Saudi especially, globally and in Saudi especially because of COVID as well. But also the mindset of employees in general has shifted into this hybrid model. And Ahmed mentioned before that this hybrid model isn't for everyone. Some people love it, some people don't find it engaging, and some people just want to stay at home. In your opinion, what's the next step when it comes to the type of work that we're going to do? Is it hybrid model the way forward from now on?
Excellent question. We've seen organizations before the pandemic, they were so reluctant to go for and endorse such a policy. Actually, many of those policies or procedures, they were kept in the drawer for a very long time so that they get dusted. But when the pandemic hit, they had no choice, and they were forced to do that. So again, those who were prepared, they managed to survive or thrive and continue. And many of them just, they couldn't afford to handle such situation. And if we look at just the world we're living in, and you think, what's really changing? And for sure, there is one thing that is happening right now, which is the fourth industrial revolution, the digital revolution. And this is where we are today. And if you look at the changes, that we've experienced in the past 5 years, and whatever we're going to witness in the next 10 years, it's going to be more than what we experienced altogether in the past, 50 years. And actually, most people don't realize it, that we're experiencing the highest rate of change, disruption, and innovation. So who has that agile mindset? Who wants to be an agile organization, to be attractive to the new ways of working? Many organizations, it was pretty much, again, normal. And others really stuck for some time to just learn the collaborative tools and digital tools on how to do work and how we collaborate, together. Answer your question is definite yes. And we see actually many organizations and many applicants, they're attracted by having such an agile workplace, an agile mindset, an agile leadership team within the organization.
I want to ask you, Kim, a question which is completely different from his. So he thinks that this is the way forward. If we look at leaders around the world right now, there's this controversy also around what's the way forward when it comes to the way people will be working. So, for instance, Elon Musk recently asked all his executives to go back to 40 hours from the office, 9 to 5, like the old times. What school would you adopt here?
And from my perspective and personal experience, is after the pandemic, people definitely want more flexibility. And my focus has really been on productivity. So what are you producing? And what are you achieving? And whether you have to work on weekends or you have to, you're not coming to the office every day. For me personally, I feel that that's what our benchmark is. But when I work in a government organization, we have attendance, and all of that. So it is still more traditional. But I think even government entities have realized that flexibility is important because it's a key motivator for employees. And the young generation now are expecting it. And it will be one of those key elements of making a decision of, do I want to join that sector or not? If it is not going to provide me some flexibility, then I'm not going to join. So I really think it's important because it's a key motivator for the young generation.
So you'd consider flexibility as number one motivator right now?
Yes.
Only for younger generations?
Yeah, no, I think for everyone.
For everyone?
I think for everyone. And I think the focus, even in Saudi Arabia, it used to be if you showed up, that was enough. Sign in, sign out. It's not like that anymore. Today, it's really about productivity. It's about what are you achieving. There's so many opportunities for young people today. Take advantage. And you are in a really strong position to be able to say what path you want to take because you have so many paths ahead of you. So for us as potential employers, we have to do our work to ensure that we're laying the right groundwork for them to make these sectors attractive. It's not financial anymore, in my opinion, because we're all competing and we're all giving good packages. It's really all the other elements that I think make a big difference.
Mohammed, what positives should we take from the past few years, from what we learned during this digital transformation, this change, and develop for the future?
Well, digital transformation has been a key topic these days. And if we start with just a simple definition, what digital transformation is all about. Many think that digital transformation is only about technology, which actually it's more than this. Digital transformation is not only about technology, it's about the people, process, culture. It's the way we think, it's the way we collaborate, the way we do work, and the way also we serve our customers and do business. So when you think about this is something that we currently, experiencing. And some of the lessons you would see organizations have actually, disappeared. And if you think and look at, since 2000, about 500 Fortune companies, they're no longer here. They've either, been bankrupt or ceased to exit or acquired, okay? And again, we're expecting more of that, to happen. So these days, if there's no such digital mindset, I would say, as part of the key aspects, it would be really tough, to move forward, sustain, and again thrive.
Niam, I need to move to you now that during those two panels, we spoke about upskilling talents, developing them, finding them, retaining them, making them happy, do everything for them. Now, are we really all born equal and we all deserve the same type of upskilling, training? Are we the same? Who deserves that?
All right. Now, to begin with, the research about what makes us unique as human beings, as far as our appearance is concerned, as far as our behavior is concerned, has advanced tremendously over the past 20 years, and particularly over the past 5 years, with advances in technology to measure our genes and our genetic predispositions that determine 75% of our abilities and our skills. So,
when we're born, that's 75% of what we can do.
That is 75%. Through research that I have conducted at Harvard University over several years, longitudinal studies, we were able to take the genetic code of people through saliva samples and blood samples and try to discover whether there are certain traits that determine whether somebody is a better learner. But then that was not a very simple problem to solve, because we had to unpack the term learning and what factors into that. And we also looked at leadership and what does it mean to be a genetically born leader versus a leader who has learned how to lead via exposure to the environment. So we decoded the genetic composition of people down to what we call the single nucleotide polymorphism, which is what makes me unique from you. So we share 99% of our DNA, and then there is 1% that differentiates me from you or you from Kim and what have you. And we have found that, yes, there are people who are genetically predisposed to have more mental complexity or more learning agility than others. But then it became a matter of subject as well. So it is not really that simple. Some people are genetically gifted mathematically or verbally. So then it went back to the learner themselves and being certain about what they want. And yes, you can do a DNA test. That's the easiest thing. But being certain about what you want and also having the environment that will stimulate you and provide you with the right kind of exposure. Because it is not also so we're born a certain way because of our gene, but then when you bring the brain into the equation, then it becomes more complicated. So we need to look at the brain-gene interaction, and then you bring the environment into the equation. So you're looking at the question from a variety of angles, from epigenetics, from molecular biology, from psychology, from history, from social psychology, and from psychiatry, as well as you are compounding the changes and the transformations that are now happening. So it all becomes a matter of prioritizing and a matter of not only looking at skills that we need to develop, that's very important, but also our traits. So looking at traits like how open are you as an individual to new experiences? Because no matter if I get you the cutting edge learning and you're not open to trying something new, then part of that is going to shut down a lot of the information that's going to be disseminated to you, and you're going to have a very limited experience.
So this is what companies should look at when they decide to invest in someone. So the ability to learn and the traits as well. Who's trained well to do this and realize if we're investing in the right person or not?
So I believe investing in two different individuals with different genetic abilities will still have a very high yield. Because through another project that we conducted at Harvard called the Human Connectomy Project, we exposed a number of people with very unique genetic makeup to the same learning series of micro-learnings that stimulated creativity and problem solving and innovation. And then we measured brain activity upon exposure to those acts, small acts of like measuring how the brain reacted and which circuits in the brain were active, whether creative networks or other analytical networks. And we saw a different and unique outcome in each and every individual. So the conclusion is about the role of what we now call in-nurture, which is innate plus nurture. So it's not innate and it's not nurture, it's the combination of both. And it's unique for every individual. And somehow we self-select into the environment. If we're clear about what we want, we self-select into the environment that will serve to advance our nurture, or vice versa.
It's linked to the, so technically it's linked to the external stimuli that we're exposed to, and to what we genetically, how we are born genetically, and probably what we like, what we're passionate about, right?
Yes, true. So many people say, so does that mean that everybody can become a leader, for example? Because leadership is a very controversial topic. It's complex, right? And it varies by context. So does that mean that everybody can become a leader? The answer is yes and no, because the skill that is required in being a leader, let's say in communicating effectively, in delegating and presenting and influencing, that is a skill that can be learned. But then to become a leader may be a little bit more than that, because you'd require the perspective of followers as well, or those who ascribe to you the leadership or the authority. So that's not only dependent on me. And the same with regards to other skills that are complex as well, that are now required in the workplace.
It's also like talent. When you're talented about when you have such a talent, and either you work on it and develop it, or you just don't, or you have zero talent and then you work so hard and be able to do something. That's quite interesting, actually. Now I think it's time for our audience to ask their questions to the panelists. If you have any questions, please, you can come to one of those two mics and ask them. Yes, there's a mic here, please. Yeah. The lady in red.
Hello, thank you for your talk. I have a question for you regarding the talent and the development of different skills. How important do you think, for organizations to take into account the diversity? Because, of course, we want to have some productivity, but we are still human beings, so we have a huge social part among us, and maybe everyone is like super talented in certain job, and they are always like producing, but sometimes the environment can become like tense, so we might also need other type of person that maybe they are not like super talented for the same job that everyone is doing, but they are bringing other, I don't know, other type of an environment to the same place.
Sure, happy to take that. So diversity and inclusion has become a very hot topic on all kinds of agendas, whether corporate, NGOs, government. This is a very hot topic right now. And the way we tackle it is from a variety of lenses. So you look at age, you look at gender, you look at culture, you look at ability versus disability, you look at nationality, and you also look at neurodiversity. And the topic of diversity is very important because studies have shown that diverse teams are more creative and more capable of problem solving and thinking outside the box than non-diverse counterparts. So absolutely, this is very important, and it should be there by design. So to answer your questions, organizations should tackle this topic by looking at bias that prevents diversity, and bias can be unconscious. Many times we are attracted to people who are similar to us, whether in personality, whether in origin. So becoming conscious of our unconscious bias and bringing it to the conscious, okay? And looking at the process for recruitment, the process for promotion, the process for development, and trying to remove any biases in the decision-making from that will help foster a more diverse workplace and will help upskill the talent at a faster pace and a more efficient pace. I hope I have answered your question.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much for this interesting discussion. My name is Iman Al-Haji, and I'm a PhD in nanomaterials. We see that NEOM, we could tell that it's the largest startup and there are a lot of changes happening. How do you ensure, with all the fast changes, that you build the right foundation and that fulfills everyone there?
Well, thank you. Great question. You know, if you look at how, you know, projects and organizations are built, and actually KAUST is by itself is a great example. And you saw how it was, you know, built over the years with this great and phenomenal, again, growth. Every, you know, 100 miles starts with a step, and this is where we start. And when we start with this, we bring first the talent to the organization so we can, you know, achieve our ambition. And today, NEOM, if you think about it, NEOM is actually given, you know, today a viable opportunity for the world to make change. And when you think about it, also we're privileged because we have no legacy challenges, so that we're able to attract actually talents, you know, to the NEOM. We're able to attract those dreamers and doers who wanted to make a positive impact and change for next generations, you know, to come. And those, you know, who wants to build the land for the future. Those greatest minds and best talents who are empowered to embody pioneering ideas and exceed boundaries in a world inspired by imagination. That's our vision, by the way. That's our vision statement. And therefore, we're working really hard to make sure that this is what we focus on, is to bring the best and top talent, you know, to NEOM, and this is what we think it starts.
Thank you so much. Can I have a follow-up question as well?
Yes, of course.
So amazing that. So once you bring all this talent, you also mentioned that during your discussion that you need to fulfill them and give them the right challenges to work on, right? So at NEOM, I think also this with the creativity, there'll always be a lot of chaos, and then so I don't know if you could give us some insights into the daily life of NEOM and how, and I'm sure maybe you face a lot of challenges, and maybe you could tell us some stories. I would love
Everyone wants to know about NEOM. So.
Like their real life, you know.
We need a conference by itself for that topic. But yeah, I can, you know, in few words, it's exciting. And as again, we attract the best and brightest minds, we want, you know, for people who have this, you know, hunger, you know, for innovation, those who wanted to start and do things that never been attempted before. So this is where we are. This is the kind of environment and the mindset that we have, you know. And definitely there will be challenges along the way. There are lots of great, amazing stories, and we'll be more than happy to talk to you after the conference.
Thank you so much.
Another question? Yes, please.
Amr Al-Hakim from Figro Sahimi. Really very, very nice discussion we had today. Also, Dr. Al-Yamani commented and he gave some advice. So as this is you are the panelist for to build the right foundation for talent. My question is regarding the freelancer. Previously, maybe before 30 years ago, freelancer are executive people, mainly who retired and they been hired for some specific work to be done. As Dr. Al-Yamani mentioned, it seems now is growing. So, as part of the right foundation building, he suggested to build a system for a freelancer and to consider more hiring such kind of people. Do you think freelancers are healthy for the company, especially with the issue regarding the quality confirmation for the company. So my question is the freelancer. What do you think about it?
Who's that question?
Yeah, I could go first. In the industry I work in, which is nuclear and renewable, these are new industries, emerging industries that are not mature yet. We definitely need freelancers, those who have expertise, whether they're in academia or in industry, to help us and support us as we build this project. So we have our regular employees that work in companies or in the government that are working on these projects, but we have a lot of expertise. It could be 1-year contract, 6 months contract, or very specific requirements that we have certain expertise required. For us personally, within the realm of new industries, I would say freelancers need to be a part of the equation.
Yeah. If I add to this, I've noticed in the state, it's really growing in a phenomenal pace. And it's becoming a large part, it's taking a large part of, the job market. And if I think about it from an employer perspective, that would give the agility, to contract, to, make things and agree on terms, let's say, and conditions that, as part of that mutual agreement between the freelancer and, and the employer. But also would like to keep that part always as part of my workforce planning. That would give that agility whenever needed. And definitely that agility I've seen it, it's trending now with the entrepreneurial mindset of young generation as becoming very common, where they wanted actually to exercise and engage with different industries, different, companies. And it's a great opportunity, to do that.
Maybe I'll just add, I think there's two different types of freelancers. The young generation that wants that ability to have those gigs and do what they want to do on short notice, and it's not commitment to one organization. But Saudi Arabia has a very young workforce, and there still are a lot of very experienced people that are over the age of, let's say, 55, that also want the chance to engage with those young people and share their experiences. Because balancing that young, ambition and drive and commitment, but also having experts that have, gone through the ropes and have, gone through ups and downs, they can really share a lot of experience. So personally on projects, I'd like to have people that have experience, a little bit older, and have them serve as mentors to that young generation that are looking for more flexibility. So I think in both segments of the population, that gig environment or that freelancer really works well for those that are retired, that still have a lot of knowledge and experience. They can really benefit the young generation that's looking for the flexibility. So I see it in two perspectives.
I think with timelines, with deadline pressures, organizations sometimes go into the angle of workforce planning just to expand the capacity to deliver. And if that happens just to deliver, then that's the only thing you got. In the medium to long term, I think it harms organizations. It doesn't build institutional memory. It doesn't really develop the people. If what was said of real mentoring and really capturing that knowledge, and you can test it the next time you get a similar need. Do you go to that freelancer? If the answer is always yes, then you're not really transferring that know-how. But then it's actually beneficial. You got the timeline and the capacity increase. You developed your people. And in the medium to long term, you also saved on costs and saved on time rather than freelancing in the future. What that means for the freelancers is then you need to be excellent, because you cannot be average and then get attracted by the best organizations or companies that are also looking for you to give your knowledge and develop people and have a great relationship with that organization as well.
I think another way to add value too is that if your organization has good knowledge management, are they capturing the knowledge in real time and sharing that knowledge, for the future? It's very important in certain industries that you don't lose that knowledge when someone retires. So I think if an organization has a good knowledge management system in place, you can manage very well to adopt the freelance approach.
So can I understand from these three different comments from your side that it's okay to have freelancer, but it's better to build the company to build its own qualified crew to do the job, as just you mentioned, to keep track of what's being done instead of using only freelance. Yeah. Thank you so much. I think
Riham probably would you like to answer that question?
Sure, just a wrapping comment on the freelancer. So you hire a freelancer typically to bridge a skill gap or a need, which is immediate. And normally a freelancer is a skilled individual who's able to contribute independently, okay? Who's able to get it done in a certain period of time, and that's it, contributing independently. But when you're talking about building a team, you're talking about contributing not only at the level of the task, but also at the level of the people when it comes to coaching and mentoring and transferring knowledge, as the panel has mentioned. So your contribution exceeds yourself, and there are formulas also to measure the contribution. So when you're a freelancer, your contribution is your effort. But when you're a team leader, your contribution is your effort multiplied by the number of people that you have coached. And then when you're at senior management, your contribution becomes exponential because your contribution touches people whom you have not even met. So C, your contribution equals Y, your effort to the power N, okay, at a very strategic level. So an organization that is conscious to maintain and empower and nurture talent, yes, might utilize freelancers as an emergency plan, as a backup plan, but might also want to think about the longer term investment in that freelancer who will become an integral part of its, whether like at KPMG we call it the family or the institution or the team or the bigger purpose.
Oh my God, this is a really, really important point. Thank you so much. Yes, it is. Thank you, gentlemen.
Next question, yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Mohammed, I have a question for you because I know NEOM is one of the most grandiose, visionary companies ever probably existed. How would you describe the day-to-day work environment with the employees of NEOM? How would you describe their mental attitude in the workplace?
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question. From my point of view, I found it, and I find it actually quite exciting, energetic, and it's quite diverse. The diversity, the level of diversity, NEOM is just again phenomenal. We have almost from every part of the world, great colleagues who come in with a great mindset, and again they're so eager, to contribute to NEOM vision, to build what has never been built before, and to be part of that, community as well. When we think about it, we think also about the impact that brought us all together. We wanted really to create that place for the future that is sustainable, that is, would empower work and prosper as well. So this is actually what brought too many together, and with that, it creates the DNA today of NEOM. So I think it's a privilege to be part and contribute to a place where it promises the world that it's going to change it in a positive, note. Thank you.
Thank you for the insight.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, so I have a question to Abdullah on McKinsey. So does McKinsey favor MBA graduates or PhD graduates? If you had to choose one of the two and you have two applicants, which one do you choose? And the reason I'm asking this question is reflecting on the, online and reading some blogs and other sites, it has been mentioned that management consultancy firms prefer MBA graduates over PhD graduates, and they receive more seniority even, when it comes into positions and so on. However, PhD graduates or PhD students spend huge amount of time researching the question, being able to work autonomously, and building bottom-up solutions to that particular problem, and could offer unmatched experience to clients. Whereas MBA graduates, they get the soft skills, but if you're able to teach PhD graduates these soft skills, you would have super employees who could do anything for you.
So let me answer the question directly, and then I'd love to speak in a little bit more detail. So we do not favor MBAs over PhDs or PhDs over MBAs. The interview process typically is there's a test, then 4 to 6 interviews across 2 rounds where, you'll have people debating different answers to your case interviews, as Ahmed mentioned, for different consulting firms. Now, legacy-wise, just to put things into context, legacy-wise, this was the case. McKinsey used to hire MBAs from Harvard only, right? 60, 70 years ago. I don't remember the exact date. But over the years, exactly your point became more and more evident. Diversity is important, and this includes backgrounds and academic backgrounds. And we're here, we exist to serve clients, achieve positive impact in the world. So if we needed to change to make sure we are the best at how to serve clients, and we hire more diversely. Now, the point you mentioned on soft skills, I think is absolutely spot on. And this even includes some of complementing skills for PhDs. You mentioned bottom-up. You will learn a lot of top-down messaging. Even if you do a lot of the great analysis bottom-up, you need to think through how to message it top-down, because a lot of executives think that way. For MBAs, by the way, it's a stigma also that they directly undergrad to MBA. A lot of our MBA colleagues go to engineering fields, computer science fields, tech for 5 to 7 years, sometimes 9 and 10, before they do their MBAs and then apply to join McKinsey. The last point I want to be very clear about, PhDs and MBAs get the same role. It's called an associate, and we work to, it's our role and our responsibility to our associates to help you develop in terms of what's the sector you want to focus on, what are the soft skills needed, what are the analytics that you need. If anything, PhDs have a mini advantage, if I may say. Usually we get, some of them, if not all, get a mini MBA program that the firm provides to try and bridge this business gap, if you will, even before starting. But I hope it's clear. We welcome and love PhDs. A lot of our colleagues are PhDs. We do not, though, call each other Dr. Flan day to day. So you will lose the DR in a day-to-day job. Everything else, we welcome and love our PhD colleagues.
If I may, I'd like to comment also on the subject. So a lot of us start in the workplace and we get famous for a particular skill. Let's say Niam, for example, is very good in Excel. And now my colleagues start referring to me to do for them Excel tables and pivot tables and chart, and I become a superwoman in Excel. And then I'm stuck. Or I'm stuck, I don't get a promotion at the end of the year, and I take it to heart. Why am I not deserving of this? I was so good at that particular task. So I leave the workforce and I go and do an MBA, thinking that the MBA will get me that promotion. Or sometimes I come to the workforce with an MBA and I get stuck at a particular point, technically speaking, after being technically masterful. So I leave and I go and pursue a PhD, thinking that, oh, after I have the PhD and have the title doctor, then I'm worthy of that promotion. And the reality is, the real thing that I should have done is expand my sphere of influence at the workplace, expand my social network, expand the number of people that I've helped, get my work known, look for new ways to, now that I've become master of my domain when it comes to this particular task, how can I coach somebody else to do it so that I can take on a more complex task? That is not to frown upon higher university education at all, okay? I'm one of the biggest fans myself. But the thinking that this will lead you to an automatic promotion is, in most cases, that is not the only thing that it takes for career progression. There are other things that you need to do. So there is technical learning, which is the skill that you learn in university, how to perform something. And there is adaptive learning that requires you to become a whole different individual altogether, that requires you to organize a schema in your brain in a particular way in order to attract and retain and process more information. Think about it like the iPhone 1 and the iPhone, now we have the iPhone 13, right? So if I were to tell you I will give you an iPhone 1 for life, free, and you don't have to pay the bill for it whatsoever, or you choose the iPhone 13, probably you're going to say, no, I want the iPhone 13, even though I have to pay the monthly bill and the price of the iPhone 13. And the answer is because it copes with today's complexity. It has evolved, so it has adapted. And the same way, we have to think about our complexity like our operating system. Similar to the iPhone, we have to continue expanding. And university education is one very important way in order to enhance our complexity, but it's not the only way. So a combination of both the work experience and the education would be the answer.
Yeah, if I would add to that part, we usually say in many organizations that your degree and your IQ would get you a job interview, or might get you the job, but definitely back to your colleague's question, your energy, your passion and excitement, again, and the soft skills my colleagues have mentioned will not only get you the job, but also will give you the opportunity to advance in your career and promote. So those are very critical and important skills that you always have the opportunity, whether you work in summertime, whether you work in a project with your colleagues. It's a great opportunity to establish and again polish and nurture those type of skills.
Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Hello. My name is Tahani Al-Tabsh. I'm a self-starter person. I started working in KAUST in 2013 as a security, and now I'm working as an HR manager, one of the startups. So now I'm also a DBA student, online student. I'm a mother. So now I'm working on establishing my own startups in HR management and governmental relations consultants for small and super small or even medium company in KSA. So what do you have advices for me in this stage since I'm still in the start, and what is the best way to get like fund or investment or support in that, and which way to choose also best choice of partners? I have people who's interested to partner with me. How can I choose correctly in that side?
Yeah. So, I mean, you mentioned partners. This is a great start if you would start, on such a business that you're doing this for the very first time. It's good, yes, to be selective, but make sure also you have the right diversity.
Yeah.
I don't have replica or, the same background and experiences, because you want to make sure that diversity is there as part of you selecting, your partner.
Yeah.
Today we have Munshaat and so many other, again, institutions are so great for helping and giving such advices for all entrepreneurs and those who wanted to start their own business. So it's a great opportunity to leverage on such today platform that the government is actually offering. It's good to start where others have left. So to look for, again, after studying the market, look at who your peers who've been doing this, what's been successful, and how you can learn from that. And then you start, pivoting, and then, you start building your own brand and everything. So wish you all the best with your new startup. It might be one of your clients in the future.
Thank you.
The only, my only view, طبعاً, it's very specific, and we don't know the details, but my only view is for partners or investments, a very good rule of thumb is whoever is going to partner with you or invest in you will take a percentage of that company as a partner. You need to ask yourself, the real question is, will that person add more value to the company that is more than the percentage that he or she is taking from of the company or not? Are they actually adding to the scale or the value of the company or not? It sounds like a simple thing, but it depends on the offers that comes to you. I have seen in different companies I also invest in, it's a profound question to get to an answer to. It's not because you know someone, it's not because they have interesting background. If someone has the best background, they can only give you an hour a week, then, why 10%? What does it really do?
Exactly. Okay, thank you.
Last question. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so we are now all here in KAUST, and I know you came from different places to KAUST. So my question is, what are you looking exactly for in KAUST and its people, if that makes sense?
No, absolutely. My answer is simple. I would love McKinsey to have more colleagues from KAUST. And that, we believe in your admission process. We believe in the rigorousness of your education and the skill level that a lot of KAUST students and graduates have. And it's a bit selfish, but we'd love to have the best people. And to get the best people, you have to go to the best pools of people. And then you interview and you see who fits you best as a company. That's the selfish view, but it's also true. Personally, I also invest in startups, so every now and then I hear about Taqaddam, Accelerator, and the companies that they graduate. But we have hired a couple of KAUST graduates, and my relationship with them, they're having a great time. We love having them there, and we hope to replicate that.
Yeah. At K-Care, we've hired lots of KAUST graduates, so it's we definitely see the value that KAUST brings, and they're really top talent.
Yeah, I mean, the quality of education, the talent right here are just amazing. But also, if we go back in time, we had strong ties and relationship with KAUST. Having, the previous president of KAUST is the current CEO of NEOM today. And definitely, yes, we wanted to strengthen and continue that, long-lasting relationship and partnership with KAUST, where we bring again the brightest minds and talent to NEOM. So we're all here for similar purposes. We're looking really for great talent who are really hungry to do and make an impact and who have that passion as well. So we're not alone in the field, and I think that will give you a great opportunity really to cherry pick, whom you want to really go with. And you have great participation today. I've just passed by the career fair. It's just phenomenal. I see a great representation. About more than 70 companies are participating. That by itself, it's a great testimony to say, yes, we're here to invest. We believe in the talent that, and the quality of education that KAUST is offering today. So I think you're privileged to be part of that, and we're privileged to have, the talent from KAUST as well.
And also to answer on behalf of KPMG, earlier this year we have launched our KPMG Qudwa program. And we called it Qudwa for a reason, because we know skills are extremely important, but we wanted people to be skills plus. And that plus factor is you living the values and you being good citizens and you contributing to society. So the Qudwa program is our portal into Saudi in terms of having an intake of bright, aspiring graduates who will be trained on consulting skills and who will learn how to be great practitioners, but who will also embody the values of KPMG, like excellence and integrity and being together and like improving the community. And then those Qudwa fellows will be released back into society for the greater good of Saudi. And that's our contribution. And that is what we expect of you.
So keep your eye on Qudwa program. And what's the name of your program, the talent program?
So we have multiple programs, but just apply to McKinsey. And
McKinsey, lots of programs, variety, Qudwa, and Grow program, NEOM as well. And just tell your friends to keep an eye on those, and again, apply and see the opportunities that are waiting for you guys.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great last piece of advice. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you, Naam, Abdullah, Kim, and Muhammad for all the insights, for answering all the questions. I hope everyone will leave here with all the questions answered and feeling, inspired after this session. I enjoyed moderating this so much. I hope you did as well. Enjoyed listening to our great panelists from the start. Thank you for being here and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.